A special good afternoon to each and every one of you here at the Frankie Boudram Wallafield International Raceway. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you very much for being here and for supporting local circuit racing in Trinidad and Tobago. We begin today's event as we would normally do with the playing of the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago. We continue today's program, ladies and gentlemen, with our opening prayer.
Thank you. Turning over to the race director, Mr. Ray Smith.
Thank you, Roger. And of course, Roger Hutchin, the Honorary Secretary of TTASA. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome each and every one of you here to today's event. We extend apologies on behalf of our president who could not and meeting with FIO officials at that event. We also want to welcome and thank all of the members of the motorsport fraternity that made their way here to Trinidad and Tobago to take part in today's event. Unfortunately, due to a series of circumstances that were beyond our control, we were unable to have those teams participating today. We regret that particular set of circumstances, but we look forward to those teams taking part in motorsport here in Trinidad and Tobago in the not too distant future. Ladies and gentlemen, today the event is being led by our Vice President, Mr. Faisal Madan, and we're going to ask him now to bring a few words to you in his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Competition Chairman Ray Smith. Today, we would like to, our management team, we would like to welcome all the people that are here today, all that travel and make this journey to join with us today. Unfortunately, the event did not happen with erratic, very soon that we solved that problem. That's going to another date. We'd like to welcome everybody here, all the drivers, all the riders, all the foreigners, all the teams. We want to do a very nice show today for you guys. And you in charge of this show. So we depend on you to, drive your best. Let's see all the support. And we want to have a nice event today, nice driving. Driving is very, very, important. We would like all the drivers in the the Miata class to please a lot of discretion we want from this, this class, patience and discretion, in your passes and that kind of thing. We need to have an incident-free event today. So we need your cooperation, and that's very important. In the Miata series today, as the Vice President, I will be putting $1,000 to the first runner-up that win that class, first place in the Miata Cup. Yeah. So, thank you guys. So the executive team, we want to continue to support drivers, to elevate, and we go to other classes, but we want to start to encourage from a small amount and go forward. I think many of you must already hear our competition chairman speak. And we apologize for the absence of our president, as you well understand that he's attending another event in Jamaica, which is a karting event. That event is going very successful. It went, very successful. We would like a round of applause for our two drivers that came first and second from karting. from time to time, the karting club has been evolving, and going forward. And the presidents that in charge now, they're doing a very hard job. It's very tedious, to bring drivers to this level and take them to another country. And they've been very, very successful. So again, we wish them our best, and we wish all the teams that make that journey to Jamaica. We hope a safe return for them, and we want to continue to support them in a good way forward. Today, I'd like to thank all our photographers that is here, Naren and all the other teams, for going that distance to have photos and pictures so that we could share, later on. So I thank you again. We all here, the executive, Mr. Jody Ali is here, Roger there, Mr. Reese Smith is here, our scrutineer Anil is here. Any problem that you might encounter and you need help in any way, please don't hesitate to contact any one of us. I'd like to say special welcome to the trustees as well. Ex-president as well, Mr. Mongol Singh is here today, Mr. Frankie Budram. We like to, give these guys a little round of applause. Sometimes, it's very tough, for weather conditions and work-wise and otherwise, family time, these guys make a sacrifice to come here, all of us, to ensure that these events run smoothly and continue. So I wish all of you, from the executive team, I wish all of you to have a pleasant day, and we wish to complete this event in a very, very, very safe manner. So I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of TTASA, Mr. Faisal Madan, with his opening remarks. As you all will be aware and remember, we did have an incident at our last event. In that incident, a rider was attacked by a swarm of bees. I am advising that the bees have been removed from that location. But the beekeeper said that could happen at any time. It's not something, so it's something that we will be looking out for going forward, all right? However, there were some people who were involved in that particular issue and that particular rescue of the rider, Melbourne Taylor, who we'd like to recognize at this point. The marshals who came to his attention were recognized in our event, our meeting subsequently, so we thank our marshals. But we also want to recognize two other people who were involved in recovering the rider. We'd like to call now on Joshua Marcus Changa. Joshua Marcus Changa to come in front here and receive a token of appreciation for his bravery in dealing with the rider, our fallen rider, Melbourne Taylor. As with every event, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot have these events without the support of the ambulatory team, and we felt it was important to show some recognition to that team as well. So we'd like to call on the representatives from Heroes Ambulance Service for their support and bravery in dealing with that particular issue. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much to all who contributed and supported and continue to support us here at the Frankie Budram Waterfield International Raceway in the execution of motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, drivers, we want to advise that we will be testing fuel today. So for those of you who wanted to know whether or not we're going to be doing that, we will be. And that is something that you need to be aware of. We will be testing fuel for the top 3 finishers in each class as they come off. That is the reason for the scrutineering tent being so close to the scales on this occasion. The event will run as smoothly as we would like it to. We are asking you kindly to continue to maintain the decorum and the discipline required insofar as executing the event is concerned. One of the other things that we noticed at the last event, when the incident took place with Justin, who is here, we're happy to have Justin back here. It's nice to see him. Let's give him a round of applause. He was involved in an event and he came out unscathed, so we're very happy about that. But the last time that happened, everybody stopped on the track. We ask that that doesn't happen this time, please. If anything happens, you are supposed to return, as the protocol requires, to the pit. Yeah? And let the marshals and the officials and the ambulatory teams deal with the incident. Yeah? Okay. Secondly, we would have had a lot of spectators and fans and whatnot run through the gate and come outside to see what was going on. That is not allowed. So we're asking kindly for the discipline to be maintained insofar as how we deal with motorsport in Trinidad and Tobago. These events are now being streamed, And we got a lot of comments asking us about if that is the kind of way that we manage motorsport events in Trinidad and Tobago. So we're asking kindly. We know and understand that everybody is excited and want to make an effort to go and help. We appreciate that. But we are asking that you have your confidence in the people that we have engaged for that purpose. Our marshals, our ambulatory team, the record drivers, everybody is present today. So we're asking kindly. Something happens, it happens past the pit exit, you make the entire track and then come back and enter the pit. That is the racing protocol, everybody knows that. All right, guys, so we're asking that that be maintained on this occasion. Lastly, we are going to try to run the event as quickly as we possibly can. We will try our best not to combine any races. That being said, the intention is to try to keep the thing running as effectively as possible, and that could only happen if you respond to the call when the call is made to come to the pit exit. That will only happen that way. So we're asking kindly to please apply the level of discipline required. We will share the schedule. The schedule followed exactly how the qualifying was followed. That is exactly how we're going to run the schedule today. Any questions about the race event today, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah. Any questions from any of the drivers? Yes, yes, David. Yes, the lights are back. We started with the lights. Okay, guys, so you're paying attention to the lights. All right? Yes, Christian? Yes, Group 4 will have a pace car. The pace car will be piloted by our Vice President. It is a roll start. Okay? All right, great. Good question. Yes, Christian? The light will be on, red. When it is time to start and take off, it will come off. When it is off is when you go. Green light will remain on during the course of the event. If the event has to be red flag, the red light will come on. Formula 1 style. Like yourself, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that's a good question. Have we talked to Olia after now? Yes, exactly. Right? Yeah. I feel that's something that we could talk about with Olia right here. Right? Yeah, so let us so let us sort out that with the two of you, as well as Zachary. Anybody has any other questions? Yes? Right. Before I finish the meeting, I want to take the time to acknowledge, yes, Mr. Mangal Singh, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Correct. Everybody heard that? We had an issue this morning with car number 37. I believe the car number 37 is a Civic that was taking part in Group 1 action, if I'm not mistaken. It had an issue this morning. At the time that he recognized that he had an issue, he continued driving down the track until the car came to a stop. The point that is being made is, if you realize something is wrong with your car, come off right away. That's the point that's being made. Correct, Mr. Mangal Singh? Oil could be on the track. That could be creating a problem for other drivers. Yes, thank you very much. We want to acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gordon Gonzalez, who is taking part in today's event. Mr. Gonzalez, one of the seniors in the fraternity. We also want to acknowledge, of course, ladies and gentlemen, returning to competition action today, Mr. Frankie Bodram, who walking in the back there in a race suit, taking part in time attack. We also want to acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tola. Tola's from Tola's Garage. Where is he? Somewhere right there. Let's give him a little round of applause. One of the stalwarts of motorsport in Trinidad and Tobago. All right. If there's anything else, I'd like to give one last reminder. You would have noticed that there is a sign, you may or may not have noticed it, there's a sign that is speaking to the speed limit coming into the pit area. We're asking you kindly to observe that speed limit. The speed limit is 20 kilometers. So we're asking you to slow right down as you're making your way into the pit area. All good? Everybody cool with that? Nice. Any other questions for us? If no other questions, Franklin. Yes. Right. Uh-huh. We'll check that for you. Thanks very much. Franklin in his qualifying today came up with a 37.8 per 0.845. So it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, the track record could be broken today. We don't know who, but you know, it's just looking so. That's all I say. All right. Any other questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, Mr. Shepherd. Yes, folks, some of you may have noticed that the barrels that have been put on the side there, and I meant to make a mention of that. I want to thank Ronald as well as the team from Oil Mop who would have come and made the effort and put on those barrels for us. It is an improvement insofar as the safety is concerned. They are filled with water, so try not to eat it now, because it will hurt you. Yeah, try not to eat it. You will get wet apart from hurting. All right? Thanks. We want to thank Ronald and the team from Oil Mop for assisting us in that regard. We also want to thank all of the other members of the fraternity who came. Parade lap, everybody, right now, Caribbean Spec Miata's first race next. All right, so just to be clear, we're going to confirm what the official track record is. Christian just shared some information with us, so we'll work on that, right? The cars and vehicles that are parked in the pit area, that are parked in areas where they shouldn't be, they need to move so the pit area can be kept clear. The security vehicle, and Brian, head back there for me, please. All cars to come out right now to go to the pit area. All cars to the track. Parade lap starts right now.
All right, so once again, welcome to TTASA Circuit Racing Event 4, July 23rd. We're calling on all cars to come out on the track. All cars, drivers, lap of honor. All cars, all drivers, we need you on the grid now for the parade lap. Come on, drivers, it is presently 10 minutes to 2. We need your cooperation to get this event underway.
One and all to the TriniTuner.com live stream of today's fourth round of the Trinidad and Tobago Automobile Sports Association's Circuit Racing Championship. We are underway, having had some free practice and qualifying sessions during the earlier part of the day. We're now underway with a parade lap of all the competitors on 2 and 4 wheels who will be taking part in today's action. 3 sequences of 6 races. The cars at the head of this parade lap are the cars that will be competing in the opening race of the day, the Caribbean Spec Miata series. So I imagine that they will simply feed round to come and rejoin the grid in preparation for their first 12-lap race of the day. The live stream is brought to you courtesy of Valvoline, distributed by ADON Group, and Torco Race Fuels, distributed by Fast Parts Caribbean, both companies which have been very supportive of motorsport, both here at Wallerfield and through individual drivers and teams further afield in the Caribbean. And naturally we thank them for all of their support of the sport. Douglas Gore, I see in the passenger seat, Jamaican Doug Gore, who has raced here at Wallerfield in the past in the Caribbean Motor Racing Championship. Doug is in the passenger seat of the pace car which is leading this what is apparently a fairly short parade lap, not including all of our competitors, because I'm quite sure that some of them are rather busily working away back in the pits. You'll notice a couple of road type looking cars at the rear of the field, Mercedes and a Subaru, and they will be engaged in time attack, which will be our opportunity, as well as during the bike races, to have a rest from the English tones of your visitor, Robin Bradford by name. But Ray Smith will be taking over to look after all of those other races. So, as I suspected, the Miatas are indeed coming round to take up their grid position. I think 1 or 2 more were a little laggardly, if that is a word, and if not, I've just invented it, to join the parade lap, and not being allowed to do so as they were a little bit late. So we start our racing program with the Caribbean Spec Miata Series, the 2nd season of racing here at Wallerfield, and indeed some of the guys involved in this series have also been over to Barbados at the end of last year, where I happened to be in situ and commentating on them both in Rally Sprint Bushy Park and in a Rally Cross and Rally Sprint at the Vaucluse Raceway. So the cars are lining up on the grid, a very colourful array, as I get my microphone lead caught for the first time, and probably not the last time today. So we look down onto the grid, starting on pole position is 130, which is a Brent Russell, Ryan Perot, Blue Sky Shipping Miata, which finished 2nd in the championship last year. Next up is the Jocelyn and Ronald Wortman car, 247, which won last year's championship and was one of the cars that travelled over to Barbados. 3rd on the grid. 50 is David Coelho, former R5 rallyist and radical racer. Next up behind him, 4th, is 33 Christian Hospitales. 5th on the grid is number 13 Scott Shepherd. 6th is 71 Gordon Gonzalez. 7th is number 7 Christian Bourne, always easy to pick out in his customary bright yellow. 8th on the grid, 151 Michael Ross in the mobile car. 9th is 10 Mark Williams in his silver car. 10th is Michael Rostam. 11th is Noel Phillips. Turn 1, he manages to hold on to the advantage from the Wortman Miata, up there in 2nd place, with David Coelho being challenged by Scott Shepherd as they come through turn 2, and indeed losing that 3rd place to Scott Shepherd. And already, as is often the case, Christian Bourne in number 7 beginning to make his way through the field down into the hairpin for the first time in this 12-lap race. Almost everybody trying to use the same bit of the tarmac out onto the straight. It is still 130. The Brent Russell Ryan Perot car, and Ryan Perot, I'm sure, at the wheel in this opening race of the day across the field. 2nd is 247, the Wortman car. Then there's quite a gap back
Group 1 cars, you're up next.
And slipping back down through the field on that lap is Christian Bourne. But it's Perot and Ronald Wortman who are pulling away at the moment from David Quayle, who has been 3 times a winner here this year in his Miata, but Scott Shepherd, who's tucked in behind him, is not being dropped this time round.
Group 1 cars, you can start making your way to the pit exit.
3 out of. Still no visible increase in the advantage that Ryan Perot has over Ronald Wortman. However, there's little doubt that Quayle is edging a little bit closer towards him. Shepherd is 4th. Terrific battle for 6th place. A 3-car battle there with Michael Rostand in the dark blue car, tucked in 3rd place in that battle, just defending his position from Gordon Gonzalez, with Michael Ross ahead of him. And Michael Ross taking a very tight line on the inside. Looks as though he's going to manage to squeeze past Michael Ross, but I'm not sure whether that will. Lap 4 is complete, and Quayle is now edging closer. Is he in a position to challenge for 2nd place this time round in the motor liveried car? No, he isn't, but he's only a length or so now behind Ronald Wortman in that battle for 2nd place. Scott Shepherd still shadowing them, being followed. Just let me confirm that it is the Christian Hospitalis car that's behind them there in 5th place. 6th now is number 7 Christian Bourne, having shaken off that group behind him, coming out of the hairpin once again up towards the straight. And this time Quayle had got himself ahead, but as he gets a little bit of a tow along the straight, so Ronald Wortman gets alongside there, side by side into turn 1. Wortman on the inside, Quayle on the outside. Shepherd and Hospital is now coming up to join in that battle as well, and still they are side by side as they come through turns 2, through the S's as well. But Ronald Wortman at the moment has the advantage, but any challenge by Quayle now, he's got to be careful.
Calling all Group 1 cars.
Assuming he has
Group
them,
1 cars.
to make sure that Shepherd doesn't get alongside him again. Quayle's very tight to the team, but he's not going to second places as well. Ryan Perot, of course, an expert in spec championships, having won the Barbados-based Suzuki Swift Series some time back, and he certainly knows his way round Wallerfield. He's now got a comfortable gap over David Quayle in 2nd place. 3rd is Scott Shepherd. 4th is Christian Hospitalis. 5th now Ronald Wortman, coming under a challenge, trying to drive around the outside at turn 1 is Christian Bourne, but that manoeuvre doesn't come off, so he's going to have to trail Ronald Wortman once again as they come round on this.
Calling all Group 1 cars.
Lap down into the hairpin once again. Hospitalis challenges Shepherd. He's on the inside, Shepherd is on the outside. Hospitalis, is he going to make the manoeuvre stick, or can Shepherd carry more momentum through? Well, he ducks from one side of the track to another with 8 laps completed and 4 to go. Shepherd diving all over, looking to left and right of Hospitalis as they go down into turn 1. Hospitalis stutters just a little as he turns into that right-hander, which nearly results in some contact from Shepherd behind, but not quite. And so it looks as though the first 2 slots on the podium, 1st and 2nd place, are pretty much resolved. Ryan Perot comfortably now in the lead with an advantage. If I just look over the
Group 1 cars, we'll go to the pit exit now.
It's the battle for 3rd. It's eased out a little bit now. Christian find a way to catch the flying Ryan Perot. Looking back then, Hospital is looking more comfortable in that 3rd place, but we have 1 lap to go after the one they are about to complete. The 2 Oh dear, it doesn't sound to me as though Mark Williams' car is terribly well. Sounds as though something exhaust related might have come unattached, because it's certainly making a very grumbly noise indeed, and the white flag to indicate 1 lap to go. Ryan Perot leads, David Quayle is in second place, Christian Hospitalis is third, Scott Shepherd is fourth, is Christian Bourne.
The Prem cars are up next. We need it to the pit exit now.
They head off around the 1.4 kilometres of Wallerfield. Still the two largely silver cars at the tail end of the field of Noel Phillips and Mark Williams are persevering with the final lap. There's just a chance Mark Williams might need to be keeping an eye out what's going on behind him. He pulls over to the far side of the circuit, knows that the leading bunch are about to come up. Here in the fourth round of the TTASA Championship is taken by Ryan Perot, with David Quayle finishing in second place. Christian is Christian Bourne, and Michael Ross comes home in sixth place. Cracking start to our racing. And our chief timekeeper, a blank sheet of paper swapped immediately with one that actually had writing on it to confirm the result of that opening race of the day. The Blue Sky Shipping Miata of Ryan Perot, 0.139 seconds from David Quayle. Christian Hospital is the final podium finisher, and the rest of the So then we move on to Group 1 with, on pole position, Brandon Singh, number 73, his Honda Civic. Next up is 95 Aaron Arkin and the very distinctive red and black Nikhil Nanan in his blue and yellow Nissan. And fifth is Riyad Rampasad in number 840. And they make their way very speedily off the grid for what is a 10-lap race. Everyone cleanly through turn one, still very tightly bunched. Aaron Arkin trying to find a way past Brandon Singh earlier on. Brandon already the Frankie Boudin Wallerfield International Raceway this season, in the previous three TTASA race meets, and of course the reigning Group 1 champion as well. Rampasad challenging Damien Nesbitt for third place. He's on the inside, coming around the hairpin, the yellow Nissan of Nesbitt on the outside. Whether that manoeuvre will have stuck, we will not find out until we get to the end of the straight. I think so. At the end of that one, Brandon Singh leads. Aaron Arkin is in second place. Riyad Rampasad, who had a couple of second places in the lead, and yes, that is indeed what he does. So 5 sadly become 4, and a fairly well spaced out 4 they are at the moment, with Brandon Singh once again repeating his results from the May and June race meets, where he qualified on pole and won the opening, and indeed then the remaining 2 races of the day. Advantage he's got over Aaron Arkin, already a little bit over 2 seconds. So Aaron is going to have to, as we would say in the UK, pull his finger out a bit if he is going to get himself anywhere close to the flying Brandon Singh. Looks to me, though, as though Damien Nesbitt is lapping at a pace that might carry him closer to Aaron Arkin. And then Singh completes his 4th lap, all of them now setting personal best race laps on each lap as the pace and the race itself continues. 10 laps this one, not 12 like the Miatas, remember, so we are approaching half distance. And I wish I was right, because Damien Nesbitt is certainly now catching and the gap has come down to 1, which leaves him time to decide to dive on the inside going into the hairpin, but you don't carry as much momentum out of the hairpin if you're on that tighter inside line, but he has done so. However, Arkin drives out to try and get alongside him. Front wheels of the Honda alongside the rear wheels of the Nissan. The Honda has a little bit more straight line speed. Arkin now on the inside at turn 1, but the door is rather not so much closed but somewhat firmly slammed in his face, and so it is now Damien Nesbitt who is up into second place, and very good that manoeuvre was too. Started round about here on the previous lap and carried all the way down through to turn 1. He's not as quick through the hairpin, and we'll see the extra speed of the Honda on the straights, but Aaron Arkin not so close to Nesbitt as they hit the
motorbikes,
and I don't think he's going to be quite as close as he was on the previous lap, but he sort of is but sort of isn't, but still a good battle there for second place, with Damien Nesbitt looking to capitalise. He's had 3 other second places earlier in the year, and all of them have been just ahead of Aaron Arkin. And so this is a battle which you are all more familiar with than me, because I only flew in from the UK on Thursday, so it's not my fault. So Brandon Singh comes up to complete the lap, and we look back to see the Nesbitt. So Aaron Arkin is now having a go round the outside. Can Nesbitt close the door from inside? Yes, he sort of can. It's so much further for Aaron Arkin to go all the way around the outside of Damien Nesbitt that manoeuvre doesn't work either. So now he's tried inside twice and outside once. It remains to be seen, as I don't think Riyad Rampersad is necessarily going to finish this race, because he sounds as though there are some possible gearbox
calling on the motorbikes in the pit exit now.
Grappling for gears as he came past here, but no, he has decided to continue. With due respect to Brandon Singh, we'll ignore him as he continues to lead, but the battle between Nesbitt and Arkin is certainly giving something for our live feed cameras to keep their eyes on. The team up here with oodles of equipment to put the feed out on Trinidad, supported by Valvoline and Torco fuels, ADON and Fast Parts Caribbean respectively. So the penultimate lap is coming to an end. The yellow flag indicates
calling on the bikes you needed now.
Aaron Arkin, this message is for you. You only have 1.4 kilometres to get your second place back. So I hope you're reading your emails. Arkin a bit further behind again this time, closes up under braking for turn 1, but it looks as though Damien Nesbitt may well have this sorted. The yellow flag still flies, as we do still have Riyad Rampersad in the white Nissan still. Now, can our flagman multitask? Because he has to have white flag in one hand and checkered flag in the other, and make sure he waves the right one at the right person. And I don't think that's going to be an issue, because the white one is going to come in very quickly as Rampersad completes his penultimate lap, and Brandon Singh comes through to win at Wallafield for the 7th time this year. Damien Nesbitt finishes second for the 4th time and picks up his 7th podium of the season so far, ahead of Aaron Arkin, who's third for the 6th time, and also 7 podium finishes for him. Always goes to prove that if you only start with 5 cars, it doesn't really matter if you've got two that are very evenly matched, you still get
Falling on the motorbikes, you are wanted now. The race is up now.
Certainly Damien Nesbitt and Aaron Arkin gave us something well worth looking at. Checkered flag is still being held out because there are, of course, championship points to be scored, even though Ray hasn't worked them out after round 3, have you? No. You've only had a month to do it. You've been busy. Oh, the person who does it is out of the country. You didn't tell me that. You should have told me that. That is therefore a reasonable reason for not having the points sorted. Brandon Singh comes to take the checkered flag in the Repsol liveried and very smartly turned out.
All motorbikes, you want it now.
Sits off on a lap of honour, well deserved. 3rd pole position of the year, 7th race win of the year, and the defending champion certainly looks at this stage with one more circuit racing championship round yet to go. Thank you very much, Sheldon, and I'll just run through those results for you. So winning, as I say, Brandon Singh. Give him a big cheer as he comes past the pit entrance there. Winning by a margin of 3.436 seconds in his Honda Civic from number 83, Damien Nesbitt. In 2nd place in his Nissan. 3rd, number 95, Aaron Arkin. Another half a second or so adrift of Damien Nesbitt. 4th was Riyad Rampersad, still going but nearly 55 seconds behind, but there'll still be some points for him to have. And a non-finisher, Nikhil Nanan in his Nissan. On then with the bikes.
As we continue to bring you the action live here at the Frankie Boudreaux Wallerfield International Raceway with our commentary coming in from Mr. Robin Bradford out of Barbados. We want to welcome him to the shores of Trinidad and Tobago once again, and we thank him very much for being here and carrying the commentary for today's event. Mr. Bradford has given me the opportunity to carry the commentary for the bikes because Mr. Bradford says to me, he's not entirely familiar with some of the bikers, so he's giving me the privilege of being able to carry the commentary for the bikers today, and we want to thank him very much for that opportunity as well.
Group 2,
For those of you joining us
next.
online, we want to thank you very much, and any of you who are interested in getting that information as to where you can see today's event. Today's event is being brought to you live on trinituner.com, and we want to thank the sponsors who would have provided this feed for you today on trinituner.com. It's being brought to you by Valvoline distributed by ADON Group, Torco Race Fuels, and distributed by Fast Parts Caribbean. So we want to thank the guys who are responsible for bringing us the live feed today. This is the 4th circuit racing event taking place here at the Frankie Boudreaux Wallerfield International Raceway. As Mr. Bradford would have shared with you, ladies and gentlemen, we would have had some challenges in getting the radicals here today, and we are very, very concerned about the circumstances that would have created that situation. However, we look forward to getting those resolved in the very near future, and hopefully we will be able to have those radicals taking part in an event here in a not too distant future. I want to welcome once again all of the teams that are here at the moment.
Group 2, you're up next.
So just 4 bikers in action here today, ladies and gentlemen. Just 4 bikers. We would have had a massive field the last time out. And of course, we're still reeling from the loss of our fallen biker, Melbourne Taylor. But of course, we continue to extend sympathies and condolences to his family. He would have participated in this event, the last event that we would have had, and would have passed away at the Mount Hope Medical Facility. That said, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to support all bikers and racers insofar as racing events are concerned up here at the Frankie Boudram Wallafield International Raceway. And this is the first bike race of today. The bikers who are in action today: Keel Abraham, Abdul Ali, Rossi Joseph, Nicholas Gonzo Gonzalez, and it was supposed to have been Alfred Morgan. Alfred Morgan we haven't seen in action for a little while. But Alfred Morgan was supposed to be in action today. We're hearing that his bike is giving him a small challenge, so he's not coming out at the moment. The next race up, ladies and gentlemen, is the Group 2 category racing, GP2 category racing, so that is up next. We want to advise the Group 2 guys to get ready and to get to the pit exit. This bike race is going to finish in no time at all. Group 2 category action is up next. So please make your way to the pit exit. That is the Group 2 cars, the cars taking part in the Group 2 category racing. We're asking you to make your way to the pit exit as we try to keep the efficiency of today's event running as smoothly as possible without incident. Keel Abraham, ladies and gentlemen, has been absent from racing action here in Trinidad and Tobago for some time now.
Group 2, you wanted at the pit exit now.
So there is a new
Group 2,
Keel Abraham, as you were advising, has just returned to racing action and has been able to dominate the action in the last few events. That's a bike number 21, that's Keel Abraham, and has been back in action. Doing well. We want to thank Christopher Smith, who would have handled the scrutineering for the bikes today. Christopher Smith would have handled the scrutineering for the bikes today, and we want to thank Anil Ramdeen and Young Asing, who would have handled the scrutineering for the cars today. Keel Abraham is currently in the lead, but Rossi Joseph is coming in with the fastest time at the moment of a 42.011. 42.011 is the fastest time coming in right now from Rossi Joseph. And ladies and gentlemen, we can advise that it looks like it may happen today. What you may ask, the setting or resetting of the track record, setting a new track record. The old track record was set with a different formation so far as the track is concerned, but today we may just have a new record at the Frankie Boudram Wallafield International Raceway. So we're getting some information that is advising what is going to happen next insofar as the race event is concerned. We do have the Group 2 race coming up next, and right after that, the fastest cars in the Caribbean will be taking part, that are here today, that is, will be taking part in the Group 4 category racing. So that comes up right after the Group 2 races. I want to thank you very much for coming out and supporting motorsport in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to also thank you very much for being part of the live feed on TriniTuner.com, and that is the TriniTuner.com taking in the championship racing round 4. And the live stream is being brought to you with the kind compliments of ADON Group, providers of Valvoline and Torco race fuels, distributed by Fast Parts Caribbean.
Group 2, you need it now.
To go on this one, 4 more laps to go on this one, so the Group 2 cars should be by the pit exit. Group 2 cars should be by the pit exit at the moment. All Group 2 cars, we should be at the pit exit at the moment. Insofar as the running order is concerned, not much change taking place. Keel Abraham in the lead, followed by Rossi Joseph, Abdul Ali and Nicolas Gonzo Gonzalez. Nicolas Gonzo Gonzalez off his game a little bit, not sure entirely why, but Nicolas Gonzo Gonzalez has been right up there with Keel, battling for first places for most of his racing career, but today he's a little behind, so that is probably something that he's going to correct in the reverse grid, which comes up in the next round, the second round of races taking place here at the Frankie Boudram Wallafield International Raceway later today. Up now, Group 2 category action, and we'll turn you back over to Robin Bradford, who will bring you the commentary for the Group 2 category action. But Keel Abraham taking it to the rest of the field at the moment. Keel coming in at a time of 42.024. 42.024. Rossi would have had a 42.9 in that last lap. Abdul Ali a 43.713, and Nicolas Gonzo Gonzalez a 43.674.
Group 2 cars, you wanted at the pit exit now.
That is what it looks like at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Bike racing taking place up here at the Frankie Boudram Wallafield International Raceway. Don't forget, next weekend, the big race track fest event taking place on the weekend of Saturday and Sunday. The dates, I forget, but the next weekend, we have yeah. Just double checking on the track record. Franklin Boudram was absolutely correct when he spoke about the track record earlier today, so we're going to make sure and make that official announcement as it relates to what is the official track record when the GP4 cars come out. But as we pointed out, that record may very well be broken today. The checkered flag is out, ladies and gentlemen, bringing an end to the race for the day. And the one collecting that flag is none other than Keel Abraham. Keel slowing down, crossing the line, and then looking back to see how far the next rider is to him. That is how you say that word? That is how, there's a word I'm looking for. That is how fresh Keel is. Fresh as you would, fresh as you would. Keel Abraham winning the race, second race of the day. First bike race of the day, third race of the day. Up now, GP2 category.
Group 2, you're up now. I need all Group 2 cars at the pit exit now. If you are not here now, we'll assume that you are not racing.
So working with Ray Smith is such a joy. He is living proof that men can multitask. I've just seen him operating with a phone, a radio and a microphone in all of his 3 hands. Thank you, Ray. You'll be back for time attack though, so don't worry. Group 2, and we had 6 Group 2 cars out in qualifying earlier, and I'm pleased to say we have 6 Group 2 cars making their way down. Now some of these guys doubling up in Group 1 and Group 2 today, so they're getting the seat time, if nothing else, and certainly some solid experience, not that most of them need it on this circuit. So having qualified in pole position, the front of the grid will be occupied by number 17 Christian Budising, already 6 times a winner here at Wallerfield this year, and of course the reigning Group 2 champion. He's also leading the Rally Caribbean Cup and competing in Group 4 as well. Second on the grid, 95, is Aaron Arkin. We've seen him earlier on in the Group 1 race, as we have seen third on the grid, number 83, Damien Nesbitt. The Gulf liveried Miata comes up to slot into 4th on the grid, which is either Scott Shepherd or Shane, and I'm not sure which. 5th on the grid, Raj Babalal in his Nissan B13, and then at the back of the field, Matthew Phillips in his Miata, having qualified in 6th place. 10 laps of Group 2 racing to go, round 4 of TTASA's Circuit Racing Championship, with a deciding race meet to come later in the season. Nice to have a media presence here as well, not just our own live stream on Trinity Tuner, thanks to Valvoline and Torco Fuels, but the other photographic media too. So they leave the line as one and head down into turn 1, and as we might expect, it is Christian Budising who has the advantage in the fast parts Civic, with Aaron Arkin and Damien Nesbitt set for another one of their battles, and then the field's completed by Shane Shepherd, Raj Babalal and Matthew Phillips. So 1 lap about to be completed, and already a sizable lead. In fact, the lead that Christian Budising's got probably covers the whole of the rest of the field as he completes the opening lap 4 seconds or so ahead of the rest, but a good battle beginning to develop for 3rd place. Aaron Arkin at the moment has eased away in his Group 1 type Civic, but behind him Aaron Arkin and Damien Nesbitt, and particularly Raj Babalal and Shane Shepherd are having a good old time of it, swapping places, and it's Shepherd in the Miata who outbreaks Babalal on the inside approach to the hairpin, but the Nissan looks as though it's going to have the speed down the straight, which it most certainly has. So Babalal comes back ahead of the Gulf liveried Miata as it crosses the line at the end of lap 2. Things running smoothly for Budistig at the front of the field at the moment in the Honda Civic, with Damien Nesbitt being kept at bay in these early stages. We're just coming to the end of lap 3, and once again looking back to the battle for 4th place. The Miata is well suited to the wiggly bits around the back on the pits side of Wallerfield, and once again, although the Miata's just about getting ahead by the hairpin, so the Nissan of Babalal storms along the straight, but this time on the inside as they go into the into turn one. The Miata nearly found its way past there, because if he had the clear road ahead of him during as they go through the S's on the far half of the circuit, there is a strong chance that he might be able to pull away from Babalal. Nesbitt, as he did in the Group 1 race earlier, has slowly but surely been edging towards Arkan's Civic, and Nesbitt taking a very wide line into the right-handed turn one, gets the nose of the Nissan alongside the tailgate of the front drive Civic, but not close enough to get past. So while we have Christian Budu Singh at half distance leading by an even more comfortable margin, now we have two cracking two-car battles going on. Once again, the little Gulf livery Miata gets past the dark Nissan of Babalal, approaching the hairpin, but along the straight the Nissan may well be able to pull back. I'm torn between looking at that battle, but this time Babalal is not catching the Miata along the straight. Indeed, the Nissan is sounding a little bit more throaty than it did on the previous lap, so perhaps something under the bonnet has become unknitted, and I'm just looking over to see whether Babalal's heading into the pits, and yes, he is. So sadly we are left with only one good two-car battle, the one between Aaron Arkan in his Honda Civic and Damien Nesbitt in his Nissan. Once again, a replay of the battle we saw in the Group 1 race earlier on. We're on lap 7 out of the 10. And certainly the two Miatas at the who are lying in 4th and 5th places are likely to be lapped by Christian Budu Singh, but not that red car and yellow car battle, which is just heading down towards the hairpin once again. Arkan has the advantage as they turn in by a length and a half or so, but he runs a little bit wide on the exit, which allows Damien Nesbitt to nose alongside as they come onto the straight, and they're overlapped front and rear as they cross the start-finish line. Nesbitt on the inside, Arkan on the outside. Nesbitt turns in, looks as though he's going to take that place, and yes, he has done as they come through down towards the S's and on to the slight right-hander, and then on to the straight as they go up towards the hairpin. And the first of the Miatas has indeed been lapped by Christian Budu Singh, as I suspected might be the case, and the second almost certainly will before the end of this 9th lap, because the white flag is ready. Arkan back ahead in the Honda Nissan battle, and far enough ahead to turn in cleanly as the lapping of the Sheffield Miata happens just after the end of the penultimate lap. Nesbitt closing the gap as they head down towards the hairpin. Arkan will be looking in his mirrors. Probably you can feel that yellow shape behind you. Probably don't need to physically see where it is. So Arkan emerges, and they'll have one more lap because they will not get lapped by Budu Singh, and a tighter exit from the hairpin seems to give Nesbitt the tighter line. He switches back across the circuit to attack Arkan from the outside, takes a wider line in and a tighter line out, gets the nose of the Nissan alongside the Civic. They're side by side as they go into the S's. The Nissan is through. Checkered flag has already been taken, I beg his pardon, by Christian Boodoo Singh. I should have spotted that the battle for second is just a little bit more interesting. Beg my pardon, Boodoo Singh. You can smack me later. So is it going to be Nesbitt? Yes, it looks to me as though it is. Having got the advantage coming through turn one and then into the S's on that lap. A rather delighted hand comes out of the Nesbitt Nissan as he crosses the line in second place. That rivalry certainly one which will continue. Checkered flag at the ready for our fourth race winner of the day as the checkered flag is taken by Matthew Phillips. But the other checkered flag, fortunately, we have two for a lap of honour in the fast parts Honda Civic goes Christian Boodoo Singh, who will be seen in action again a little later in the Group 4 race, which will come up after the
Time attack, you're up now.
And just to confirm those results very quickly, Christian Boodoo Singh winning by a margin of 40.5 seconds. Damien Nesbitt finishing second from Aaron Arkin. The gap between those two, only 7/10 of a second. Fourth, Shane Shepherd. Fifth, Michael Phillips. And Raj Babalal, as we know, a retirement to the pits after 4 laps. We move on shortly with time attack, and I think that might be another moment for Ray to take the mic.
All right, so back in action here, ladies and gentlemen, in the Frankie Boudreaux Wallafield International Raceway. The next item up is the time attack session, which is taking place right now. For those of you new to motorsport, time attack is simply a race against the clock. The drivers are racing against the clock, so they're trying their best to get the fastest time that they possibly can in the event while making laps in a timed session. The time sessions are normally 8 minutes long. 8 minutes long is what the time session is. And once they are finished with the session, we take the fastest times to be able to finish the placements for this category. In the category today, we are happy to have people like Sean Chasing in that GT3 RS. We have Dareem in that M4, that white M4 that Dareem is driving at the moment. We have Sarah Bartap-Singh, who is now putting it on an Evolution 5, it looks like, and handling herself very nicely in that GTR 35. And in that Subaru is none other than the legend himself, the person after whom the facility is named, Mr. Frankie Boudreaux. So Frankie Boudreaux back in the seat of his Subaru and taking part in time attack action today. Nice to see him back in action. Frankie is probably the most senior driver that we have here today, having celebrated, I believe it was his 77th birthday on the last occasion. So it's nice to see Frankie back here, fit and taking part in motorsport action. We also have Clifford Abraham in that Nissan Pulsar. That's time attack action has been improving race after race, event after event, and we're seeing more and more people getting into time attack action. Time attack action helps develop the skill sets of the drivers, and they work towards getting involved in side-by-side competition action in different groups in racing action. So Sanjeev Vajan has the fastest time at the moment of a 42.941. Sarah Bartap-Singh in a 43.745. Vaughn Maraj in a 47.201. Clifford Abraham has a 49.958.
Group 4 guys,
And a 51.629 for Dominic Charles.
Group 4 cars, you're up next.
Time attack action continues here, ladies and gentlemen, at the Frankie Boudreaux Wallafield International Raceway.
Group 4 drivers, you can start making your way to the pit exit.
Time attack continues here, ladies and gentlemen, at the Frankie Boudram Wallafield International Raceway. For those of you joining us online, we thank you very much for joining us on TrinityTuner.com. The intention is to continue the racing action here at the Frankie Boudram Wallafield International Raceway as we continue to bring you the action live on Trinituner. We're wrapping up the Trinity session at the moment, and we're calling out the Group 4 cars. We're calling out the Group 4 cars to come out right now. The Group 4 cars are coming out right now. So I need to get the Group 4 cars to come out right now, and we turn the commentary over to Mr. Robin Bradford.
Calling all Group 4 cars, please make your way to the pit exit now. Group 4 cars, you want it now. Group 4, you want it now. All Group 4 cars, please make your way to the pit exit now.
Once again, we're asking for the Group 4 cars to come out and make their way to the pit exit, please. Group 4 cars, we're asking you to come out and make your way to the pit exit, please, now.
Calling all Group 4 cars, please make your way to the pit exit now. Group 4, you want it now. Group 4 drivers, you have 2 minutes to get to the pit exit. You have 2 minutes to get to the pit exit. Group 4 drivers, you have 1 minute to get to the pit exit, or else we move on to another race. Group 4, your race is up now. The pace car is already on the track.
So we're on to the Group 4 cars, which in qualifying this morning ended up in the order Franklin Boodram quickest, Christian Budu Singh second quickest, and Zachary Boodram third. So they are in the order in which they qualified, following the pace car, which is carrying a white flag. They get to warm-up laps to allow them an opportunity to build up a bit of temperature into those big fat racing tyres that they are sat on. And it will be a rolling start. The pace car will peel off Not after this lap, but after the...
Miatas, remember you're up next.
And so Franklin Boudram in the Renault RS01. Very few of those in captivity these days. Quite a spectacular motor car. Christian Boudou in the much more down-to-earth Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6. Well, we've settled for one warm-up lap, which I think is probably enough. The pace car pulled off. He makes his way very quickly back into the pits. And there's a spin there from Franklin Boudram in the RS01 on the exit of turn 1. Is the car okay? Yes, it is by the looks of it. I don't think he'll have fetched up. So we are red flagging that, I think because we didn't have the two warm-up laps, so we need the pace car out once again. So back underway with warm-up laps, of which this is the first. Not sure how the communication is working here, weaving backwards and forwards. And so they've set them off once again with Franklin Boudram in the RS01, this time safely through turn 1 without a spin, but he's got Christian Boudou very determined right on his tail in the Fast Parts Evo. The RS01 has prodigious acceleration, pulls away on the short back straight down into the hairpin on the first lap out of 13, and it's the very distinctive yellow of the car of Boudram Senior. Well, I suppose Boudram middle really. There, Frankie is here as well, and the look down the inside going into turn 1. A very brave move there by Christian Boudou, but he ran wide as a result of that, and so Franklin Boudram snatched the lead back, but Christian Boudou getting, strangely, a really rather decent tow from the Renault, which pulls away a little bit further this time and then breaks
Miatas, you're up next.
Not breaks down, breaks for the hairpin. Boudou not quite as close at the hairpin as he was this time, so along the pit straight for the second time out of 13. Down into the hairpin, down into turn 1 once again and again. Not quite this time, Boudou not quite close enough to get alongside into that tight first right-hand corner, and so bounces over the curbs, 2 wheels in the air as they go through the S's for the Evo. Certainly Boudou getting a decent amount of seat time today with his Group 2 Civic.
Up next we have the Spec Miatas.
The hairpin, they come onto the pit straight for the third time. The Renault now beginning to build up a little bit more of an edge as it makes the best use of the straights. The Megane that Zachary is driving, of course, formerly campaigned by Franklin and raced around the region in the Caribbean Motor Racing Championship against the likes of Mark Maloney, whose Mazda RX-3 sadly is sat in a container not a million miles away from here. So 4 laps completed.
Miatas, please make your way to the pit exit now.
Going well for all 3 at the moment, although very much not on the same pace of the others is the McGann of Zachary. Again, 2 wheels in the air for Buddha Singh. It's a considerable tribute to the team that they have got an Evo to travel quite as quickly as it does, certainly in comparison with the McGann. Just having a look at what sort of gap has been built up so far, about 8 seconds or so now, the advantage that the RS01 has got. Lapping in the 38, the gap between the two. Just, sorry, I gave you a bad gap there. I read the wrong sheet. 3.2 seconds between the Renault and Buddha Singh on the previous lap. I didn't realise Sheldon was working on another result to modify something.
Miatas, please make your way to the pit exit now.
Distinctive noise that Renault has got, and a very Hunter sort of sound. The Evo 6, the Fast Parts Evo 6 makes with Christian Buddha Singh out the wheel. A few more Group 4 cars and we'd have some cracking racing round the 1.4 Ks of this circuit. Organised, of course, by TTASA, the Trinidad and Tobago Automobile Sports Association, which is also the governing body, the ASN as it is known, of the island, to which other clubs, for instance Tatanka, are affiliated, and of course TTASA itself being affiliated to the FIA.
Call it under Miatas, please make your way to the pit exit now.
Association competing this weekend, the Palisados Raceway in Jamaica. 3 days, 4 races each day for junior karters between 14 and 17. Naomi Garcia currently lying second in the championship after 2 days to Xander Williams, who finished runner-up to Kayla Maloney in Barbados last year. And Arun Sharma also showing well over there in Jamaica. The idea is that that championship would make its way around the various ASNs in the region, and hopefully it would be run here at Wallafield in the future. 4 laps then to go, with the advantage now up to 5 or so seconds, and little now that Buddha Singh can do short of some mechanical drama, I suspect, for the RS01. But Buddha Singh certainly not letting up his pace, just in case there is an opportunity or an error that would allow him the chance to snatch a victory. Zachary's won 2 Group 4 races here. Christian Buddha Singh has won 2 Group 4 races as well so far this season. They haven't raced at all 3 race meets. The weather in May was deemed by both the bikes and the Group 4 guys being just a little bit too dangerous for them to compete. So they've only had 2 rounds of the Group 4 Championship so far. So we're on the penultimate lap well, we are, but well, the first two are, but at the moment Zachary is not, but he will be when he comes past us this time. After which the so then on to the final lap goes Franklin Boudram in the Renault RS01, followed now at a respectful distance of 7.5 or so seconds by Christian Budu Singh. Still points to be awarded even with a diminished grid under the TTASA point system. So white flag removed just in time, checkered flag out. A victory for Franklin Boudram in the Renault RS01, and I think Budu Singh just perhaps eased his pace a little in the final lap, coming home in second place. And then it'll be Zachary Boudram in the McGann, just now coming out of the hairpin onto the long straight here at Wallerfield. Sees the checkered flag in the distance, waved as he goes past. And so Franklin Boudram, the winner
Miata, you're up next.
Group 4 race. So first sequence of races is complete. We will repeat it twice again.
All right, so Miatas, we're just holding you here for 1 second as we have two vehicles just going to do two laps on the track, and then we will send you out.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
TrinityTuner.com, TT's largest automotive website. Increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 48 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic controls. Available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61, and other retailers. TrinityTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website.
We were intrigued as to why there'd be a lone Caribbean spec Miata out on the circuit. It's the car of the Phillips family, so you've seen it once or twice already today, but it is not a Phillips at the wheel now. It's Jamaican teenager Tommy Gore, because the family have kindly agreed to him doing the final Miata race of the day. Tommy, who's come into the Radical Caribbean Cup this year, son, of course, of two-time Caribbean Meta Racing champion Doug Gore, Doug Hollywood Gore, as he is known. And Tommy already second in the championship this year, having had 2 fastest laps in the opening round at Bushy Park back in May. And a couple of decent podium positions as well. So he's just very briefly acquainting himself with the car. So I've now worked that out, and in fact, no, he's not doing the third race of the day. He's doing the second race of the day, which is why he came out now. So he'll start at the back of the grid, which will be coming to line up shortly. So I'll come and stand down this end. I've got a huge microphone lead here, so I can trip a few people up with it. Get down to this end and work out what the grid order is going to be. I'll wait until they've got themselves there. Now, Ronald Wortman drove the Wortman family car, the 247, in the open. Hello, Jen. Hello, Dev. How lovely to see you both. You're blocking the view. If it was Jen standing there, she wouldn't be, of course, but you are. Right. So sitting there on pole position. So with the reverse grid puts number 10, which is Mark Williams, on pole position. Next up is 123, Michael Rostan.
Group one, you're up next.
And that appears to be Zachary Boudram's Radical. So who's going to be third on the grid? That, I think, we've got a whole, but possibly the reason we have a whole third on the grid is because that's the car that Tommy Gore is going to be driving, and therefore he'll start at the back. Yes, okay, that's fine. Right, so where had I got to? I got to third on the grid then with a space where third should be, so he's actually fourth. I'll call him fourth on the grid, it'll make sense, is Justin Wortman. Fifth is the mobile car of that's Gordon Gonzalez next up. Then it's Michael Ross, then after them the yellow car of Christian Bourne. Then after Christian Bourne is Scott Shepherd. After Scott Shepherd is Christian Hospitalis, then David Coelho, and then the Brent Russell, Ryan Perot car, with lining up at the back as a guest driver and therefore not scoring points or depriving anyone of points or positions is Tommy Gore. So welcome, Tommy Gore. Glad you've got an outing here at Wallerfield, even if it wasn't in your Radical. And of course, when you come to get into your Radical, which hopefully you will do in the coming weeks, then that will mean that you at least know your way around. The 5-second board is displayed and the lights go to green with Mark Williams trying to defend from Michael Rostan as they go into turn one. Is he going to succeed in so doing? No, he doesn't, because Michael Rostand takes the lead from Justin Wortman. Within third place is Mark Williams. Side by side for fourth are Michael Ross and Christian Bourne. Michael Ross getting the advantage this time round. Christian Bourne is in fifth place. Six behind him is Scott Shepherd, and the rest of the field pile along. Somebody very, very wayward under braking there. That was Scott Shepherd, I think, whose car got into a real tail slapper. So side by side for the lead as we come up to the end of lap 1 out of 10. Justin Wortman, the reigning champion, on the outside. Michael Rostan on the inside. Can Rostan defend at turn 1, or can Wortman go all the way around the outside? Rostan defends. Wortman tries to nose alongside. He's got the nose of the silver car alongside the rear of the blue one, but no, that does not work. So Michael Rostan it is who has the advantage at the moment still from Justin Wortman, with Mark Williams' silver car sounding significantly healthier than it did at the end of the earlier race. Scott Shepherd dives up the inside to try and gain a place from Michael Ross. I'm not sure if that would have worked. Yes, it looks as though it has done. Again, side by side, we see Justin Wortman and Michael Rostan the other way round this time, with Wortman on the inside and Rostan on the outside. And I think Justin Wortman this time should be able to hold on to the advantage. Indeed, Michael Rostan coming under a challenge from Mark Williams as well through turn one. Everybody's still on the road. You can see how closely matched these Mazda Miatas are. Very specific technical regulations to prevent anyone gaining any type of advantage, and Tommy Gore being very respectful, keeping his distance, so to speak, from the battling ahead of him. It looks as though there was a slight touch there with Michael Ross, and I am not sure who, but this time we've got more nose in line coming across the start-finish line now. Justin Mortman leads, Michael Ross down in second, Mark Williams is still third, Scott Shepherd is fourth. Up to fifth place now has come the Brent Russell Ryan Perot car through from the tail end of the field that's just got ahead of Michael Ross. So the leading pair edging away a little bit now. Curbs caught there by Christian Bourne, which unsettled him quite significantly. It briefly allowed Gordon Gonzalez to get past, but Bourne's back ahead of him again, but Gonzalez dives down the inside as they go into the hairpin. There certainly is room for two Mazda Miata side by side around the hairpin, so no particular issue. Christian Bourne runs very wide on the exit though, and we are 4 laps completed out of the 12, with now a more significant advantage to Justin Wortman from second place Michael Rostam. Then quite a sizable gap now, a very un-Miata-like gap, although having said that, the number 130 Ryan Perot Brent Russell car has now made its way up into fourth place, having picked its way through the whole of the rest of the field. Scott Shepherd obviously had a spin somewhere where I didn't see it, because he's now right down at the tail end of the field and behind our guest driver Tommy Gore. So now Justin Mortman leads still from Michael Rostan, but Rostan needs to possibly start glancing in his mirror, because that purple people eater of Miata run for Ryan Perot and Brent Russell, the Blue Sky shipping car, that is edging towards them. It's got past Mark Williams, who had held third for the early chunk of this race, and behind Mark Williams now in fifth place is David Coelho, sixth is Michael Ross. So we look through as they emerge from the hairpin once again. David Coelho, the championship leader after the first 3 rounds, will be keen to pick up some more points in the second half of this race. Still very evenly matched. Christian Bourne dives up the inside of Gordon Gonzalez at turn 1, doesn't get through, but he's close enough to make a challenge next time they get up to the hairpin. Christian very experienced here at Wallerfield and indeed in the CMRC, and as I say that, he eases past Gordon Gonzalez, and almost Tommy Gore joins in. He's right there with that trio. Tommy on the outside as they go into the hairpin, but he dives up the inside of Gordon Gonzalez on the way in to the hairpin. I wouldn't like to be Mark Williams now, because he's got David Coelho right on his tail. Coelho diving to the inside at turn 1. Mark Williams tries to defend, it doesn't work, he runs a little bit wide. That also means that Michael Ross is going to find his way past 2. Yes, he does. So all of a sudden Mark Williams finds himself down there in 6th place, and Coelho, carrying Michael Ross in the mobile car with him, is on a serious charge now to try and join the trio up at the head of the field. Well, I say a trio, really Justin Wortman's still pretty much in control of this. There'll be 4 laps to go after the one they're about to complete. Battle for second place. And so into turn 1 they go. Perot has a look to the inside of Michael Rosstand. Now, if those two have a bit of an engrossing battle for, sort of a lap or so, then that's going to give Coelho a chance to catch up with them, because if they're bothered about one another, they perhaps won't be paying too much attention to the Motul car, which is making its way towards them, having broken free of Michael Ross in the Mobile liveried car, the red, white and blue one. Or perhaps it's British liveried, you never know. Side by side now for second place, Michael Rostand in the centre of the circuit, with coming up on his right, Ryan Perot. Can Perot get his nose in before they get to turn one? No, he can't, so he dives around the outside, keeps the momentum going right on the outside of Rostand. Bit of a surprise move that. They're nearly side by side all the way through the next two turns, but no. And as I rather thought, you can see that Coelho in the black, red and white Motul Miata is now much closer to them than he was on the previous lap. There are only 3 laps to go. Coelho is going to be battling for a podium. Almost certainly Justin Mortman is the man who's going to win this race. But now look, we're nearly going to have 3 abreast as they come up towards the start-finish line. Now, with 3 laps to go, Rostand is second. Coelho's already got past Ryan Perot, down into turn 1. Nose to tail, Rostand, Coelho, Perot. Mark Williams fancies getting at least one of the places he lost earlier on back, and his key target is Michael Ross, whose back bumper he is sitting on. So Workman is on his own. Then we've got Rostand, Coelho and Perot. What's Coelho going to do at the hairpin? He's going to take a wider approach than Rostand does. Mark Williams is going to try and dive up the inside of Michael Ross. But that manoeuvre doesn't work. We're looking at 3 abreast again as we come up towards the start line. To start the final lap, Coelho now past Rostand, or is he? Because they're nearly 3 abreast in echelon, I should say, as they get to turn 1. Coelho has succeeded in getting up into second place, having started down towards the back in this reverse grid. But he hasn't dropped Rostand or Perot. Perot's got taken by Rostand as well as a result of all of that. And we have the checkered flag here at the ready. Mark Williams looks at the inside again of the Michael Ross car into the hairpin, but he doesn't manage to achieve anything by that. Well, certainly it's going to be Justin Mortman who finishes first. Second is David Coelho. Third, but only by a very narrow margin, is Michael Rostand. Fourth is Ryan Perot. Fifth, Michael Ross. In sixth place was Mark Williams. So a better result than finishing last with a grumbly sounding car in the first Miata race of the day. And Justin Mortman, the reigning Miata champion, comes round. And he will be taking that car for the final race of the day as well. So Miatas once again deliver sound entertainment value. Checkered flag at the ready here on the start line for the customary lap of honour. And we'll be looking for the, thank you very much Sheldon, for quick delivery of the results, which I shall run through. So Justin Workman winning our second Mazda Miata race of the day, his third victory here at Wallerfield this year. Wins by a margin of 2.305 seconds from David Coelho, who is half a second ahead of third place Michael Rostand, in turn just a couple of tenths ahead of Ryan Perot in fourth. Fifth, Michael Ross. Sixth, Mark Williams. Seventh, Christian Bourne. Eighth, Gordon Gonzalez. Ninth, Tommy Gore. 10th, Scott Shepherd, after that spin partway through the race. And I beg his pardon because I didn't spot that Christian Hospitalis had retired to the pits after the fourth lap. And so we go back through our sequence of races, and Group 1 is coming up next.
Hi, I'm TJ Hunt. And when it comes to all of my cars, I like to keep my maintenance costs as low as possible. And taking great care of my transmissions is one of the best ways I know how to do that. So that's why I use Valvoline's portfolio of ATF products in all of my cars. They're the #1 automatic transmission fluid brand for a reason. Each product of the portfolio can handle everything from my race gearboxes all the way to my daily drivers. Everything is tested at OEM specs and covers 99% of vehicles on the road. And with their anti-wear technology, I know I'm covered no matter what car I'm driving that day. And that's why when it comes to maximizing my transmission's life, I always use Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 14 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61, and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Source.
So Group 1, sadly we're missing Nikhil Nanan. So Aaron Arkin from third on the grid tries to get ahead of all of the Nissans. It didn't quite work. I say all, there's only two Nissans because Nikhil is now not with us. But it was the reverse grid pole position for Riyad Rampersad, but he's just been rather bullied out of what was very briefly the lead of this race. Aaron Arkin now has the advantage. Damien Nesbitt, his nemesis. Damien Nemesis Nesbitt, I like the sound of that, is definitely going to be keeping the reigning champion Brandon Singh at bay just for a little while, but not too long, because Brandon Singh is through and up into second place at the end of the first lap. The Group 1 cars getting 10 laps, as you know, and Aaron Arkin it is who has the advantage at the moment, ahead of Brandon Singh, who claimed his 7th race win at Wallerfield in the earlier Group 1 race, and will be keen to keep his very clean record going down into the hairpin they go. And Aaron Arkin it is who still has the advantage, but the Honda of Brandon Singh is tucked right in behind him, getting a little bit of an advantage from a toe down the straight, pulls out to the left of Arkin to take a wide line in. Aaron Arkin hugs the tighter line in the right-handed corner 1 and manages still to hold on to the advantage through the S's and on to the back straight, approaching the hairpin. Damien Nesbitt doesn't need to be charging too hard at the moment. As we've seen in the earlier races, the Nissan comes on song after 3 or 4 laps or so, or perhaps it's Damien that comes on song after 3 or 4 laps or so. Side by side Honda Civics we now have, with Aaron Arkin again on the inside. It's Valvoline versus Repsol, and this time the Repsol Civic is going to be the one that gets the advantage around the outside of the braking. Aaron Arkin went to Brandon Singh, and so he now has the advantage. Ryan Rampersad Singh still going in his white Nissan, albeit now some way back from the rest of the field. So now, as we're coming up to the completion of the fourth lap. Brandon Singh is back in his rather more accustomed position at the head of the field. So I suppose the Aaron Arkin thought now is, how long is it going to take Damien Nesbitt to catch me up, or have I this time put enough Wallerfield tarmac between me and him to hold him off comfortably for the rest of the race, rather than him giving me a hard time. That is what we are about to see over the remaining half distance of this raid. Rampersad is still going in his Nissan. Well, Aaron Arkin certainly hasn't been dropped dramatically by Brandon Singh. I'm trying to walk and stand on my microphone lead at the same time. I can tell you it doesn't work. Gap about 3 seconds or so between first and second. There's obviously going to be a bit of lapping done, because Rampersad is certainly going to be lapped. So Aaron Arkin certainly holding on, certainly keeping in touch well with Brandon Singh. I suppose that partly because he hasn't got the pesky Nesbitt to contend with, so he's able to concentrate on perfect lines and all of that sort of thing. So it is keeping him more closely in touch with Brandon Singh. Good driving there from Riyad Rampersad, who knows what's going on. So he kept well over to the right of the long control tower straight, and kept well out of the way as he was lapped for what I hope will only be once during this 10-lapper. Well, there's no doubt about it that Aaron Arkin is keeping Brandon Singh honest, as they say in this race. There's no opportunity for the reigning champion to drop his guard or let up his pace either. And so the gap still pretty much as it has been, really. You know, somewhere 2 and a bit seconds, with Nesbitt just over 3 behind. They come down into the hairpin once again. Singh it is who emerges, heads our way in his Repsol Civic, as we head into the closing stages of our second Group 1 race of the day. Looks pretty much as though the podium positions are resolved. Interesting for the championship. These guys have been the major scorers of points in the earlier rounds. Damien Nesbitt will certainly improve his championship position as a result of today's race meet. White flag to signify we are on the final lap. At least we are when we come across the line. Now, and so only just Rampersad 1 lap down to come round, so another bit of white and checkered flag juggling needed on the control tower flag point. Rampersad on his way out of the hairpin now comes to complete his final lap, as the 2 Civics of Brandon Singh coming to clock up his second race win of the day. Aaron Arkin coming second this time, having finished third last time, and for Nesbitt third rather than second, and Rampersad, who retired from the Rampersad, who finished fourth just because he'd slowed down dramatically towards the end, with the car sounding really quite unwell. At least it sounds healthier this time, even though he does come through in fourth place once again. So after Group 1, we naturally move on to the bikes, and so we can welcome back the dulcet local tones of Ray Smith in a moment or two when we see the bikes coming out. But first of all, there'll be a lap of honour with the checkered flag for the second time today. First double winner of the day is Brandon Singh. And I'll just hold on for the official results just so that I can give you the gaps.
Motorbikes, you have exactly 2 minutes to get to the pit exit.
So there's Brandon Singh, the winner, takes the flag for his lap of honour, having beaten Aaron Arkin by 3.161 seconds, with Damien Nesbitt third, another 4 or so seconds adrift, and Riyad Rampersad fourth, and of course Nikhil Nanan failing to make the start of this second race, which wonder whether whatever went wrong in the earlier race means it's something they can repair and return for the third race. We will not know that until then. That's it for now from me, and then we'll have the bikes and you'll have Ray back.
The people never settle, whose comfort zones begin where others end.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 40 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters. Available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61 and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Source.
Group 2, you're up next.
This is bike action taking place right here at the Frankie Boudram Bolofield International Raceway. The bikes are out on the track and we are in the second lap of the bike race. If you're joining us online, we want to welcome you. We thank you very much for joining us online on the trinituner.com. I want to thank ADON Limited for providing the sponsorship, distributors of Valvoline, as well as Fast Parts Limited, distributors of Torco racing fuels. Keith Abraham is still taking it to the rest of the field at the moment in a fastest time of 42.325. 42.325 is the time that Keith Abraham has come up with so far.
Group 2 drivers, you are up next.
Once again, we want to thank Mr. Bradford, who is assisting us with commentary today. Insofar as the running order is concerned, Kiel is in the lead, followed by Rossi Joseph, who's been improving race upon race. Rossi Joseph in a time of 42.596 is right on the heels of Kiel. Nicolas Gonzo Gonzalez in a time of 43.751. Abdul Ali in a time of 43.566. Alfred Morgan didn't make it to the grid on this occasion again, so we hope that Alfred Morgan is in a position to recover for the next event. Once again, we want to remind you of the big racetrack wheels event taking place right here at the Frankie Boudram Bolofield International Raceway Track Fest. This year's edition is taking place next weekend right here at the Frankie Boudram Bolofield International Raceway, so we look forward to seeing all of you come out and support that event.
Start making your way to the pit exit now. Group 2 drivers, you are wanted. You are wanted at the pit exit now. You have 3 minutes to get there. Group 2 drivers, you have 3 minutes to get to the pit exit.
A severely compressed field in the bikers coming out onto the track today. Severely compressed. Normally we see a grid full of bikers, 8 to 10. Last event we had 15 bikers that were here taking part in the event. So we're hoping that we will see more bikers come out for the next one. The bikers had an interesting award ceremony between themselves at the last event where they awarded the novice riders for their first event, and that was pretty special in terms of acknowledging some of the new riders who came into the sport. It's nice to see some new riders at that one. We didn't see them here for this one, but we hope that we will see them at the next event. This is circuit racing taking place right here at the Frankie Boudram Field International Raceway. This is the final lap for the bikers for today. In this heat, they have one more race after this one in the third and final round of races for the day. Up next, the Group 2 category. Up next, GP2 action is up next. And we're seeing the likes of Christian Budu Singh, who's doing quite well in that group and also running in Group 4. Christian Budu Singh, having won the first one, is going to be coming out again to see whether or not he could defend and dominate as he's been doing in that group, in that Honda Civic. So let's see what happens where that group is concerned in the next one. That one will be brought to you by Mr. Bradford, who is here with us. Once again, we want to thank Mr. Bradford for making the trek down to Trinidad to be able to carry some commentary here for us today.
Two drivers, you have less than 2 minutes to be at the pit exit. Less than 2 minutes to be at the pit exit.
Keel Abraham winning that one comfortably, ladies and gentlemen, in no real change in terms of what the running order was, as Keel Abraham coming in first, Rossi Joseph coming in second, and Nicolas Gonzalez rounding out the podium in that one. Up next, Group 2 action, right here, the Frankie Boudram Field International Raceway. Once again, we want to say a special good afternoon to Frankie Boudram himself. Ladies and gentlemen, the actual racing legend is here, taking part in time attack action today.
Group 2 drivers, you are wanted at the pit exit now. Group 2 drivers, you are wanted at the pit exit now.
People never settle, whose comfort zones begin where others end.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 40 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61 and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website.
Brandon Singh is a double winner today, so we've got one on 4 wheels, one on 2 wheels. So Keel Abraham winning from Rossi Joseph by 2.7 seconds, and this time Nicolas Gonzalez getting the better of Abdul Ali in their battle behind for third place. So they've had one third place each, one podium finish each so far. Back on to Group 2, and the cars are making their way out. We had one non-finisher in the earlier race, which was Raj Babalal in his dark, rather sinister-looking Nissan.
Group 2.
And I'm not sure that we're going to see him. We've certainly got 4 of the 6 that we started with earlier. The first being Shane Shepherd in his Miata, and Christian Budu Singh is the one who was missing. Naturally, he'll be starting at the tail end of the grid in this reverse grid race. Michael Phillips is in the silver and black Miata, just taken for a run in the middle Miata race by Jamaica's Tommy Gore. And our thanks to the Phillips family for enabling that. Damien Nesbitt is there in the 4th slot on the grid. Aaron Arkin is there ahead of him, so we can expect to revisit the Aaron Arkin, Damien Nemesis Nesbitt battle, and it's Christian Budising who starts at the tail end of the field. So 5-second board is shown, green flag waved from the rear of the grid, and away they go. Christian Budising waiting for the other 4 to get themselves into a kerfuffle. He's got past the 2 Miatas. He's going to tuck in behind the Nesbitt Nissan as they go through turn 1. He gets alongside that at turn 2. So he's now right behind and alongside and ahead of Aaron Arkin. And Damien Nesbitt spots the space on the road to nose the yellow Nissan alongside Aaron Arkin, but he didn't quite manage to make a manoeuvre stick. And the Shepherd Miata now is getting involved in what is now the 2nd place battle, and is going to come out of the hairpin alongside Damien Nesbitt. Across the line and in the lead goes Christian Budising. 2nd is Aaron Arkin. 3rd is Damien Nesbitt. 4th is Shane Shepherd. Through the S's and along the back straight. I'm wondering whether Damien Nesbitt has got an issue of some sort, because the 2nd Miata, new word, has passed him, as well as Christian Budising in the fast parts Civic completes the 2nd out of 10 laps, with Aaron Arkin giving chase. 3rd is Shane Shepherd in the Gulf liveried Miata, and Aaron Arkin went straight on at turn 1. Did he intend to do that? No, I don't think he did. I think he rather outbraked himself, because he suddenly found himself behind the 2 Miatas, and I was going to say falling into the clutches of Damien Nesbitt, but I think we're going to see Damien Nesbitt heading for the pits. Let's just see. Yeah, unfortunately, Damien Nesbitt is out of this now. So we got Christian Budising having completed his 3rd lap in this 10-lap race, looking as though he's well on his way to another victory here at Wallerfield. But if Aaron Arkin is going to pick up another 2nd place, he's going to have to work a little bit for it. First of all, he deals with the Phillips Miata as he heads down into turn 1. And he's going to, and the other Miata has pulled off. So Shane Shepherd has pulled off onto the infield. No apparent and immediate reason for that having happened, but he's making his way to the Marshall station there, so they can welcome him to their little tent. Christian Budising making easy work of this. Well, Shane Shepherd's out of the car. He had a quick glance under it. I don't know whether perhaps he had a puncture or something. He was looking down at the front right tyre, but he's now safely in the hands of our marshals at the marshal's post over there, and also handily placed if he needs a tow back to the pits, because I'm sure that twin cab can complete that task. We're on the 6th lap now, half distance already completed by Christian Budising. Aaron Arkin now has got himself up into 2nd place ahead of the Phillips family's Miata. 6 laps ticked off by Christian Budusing. 3 times the pole sitter, already 7 times the Group 2 winner, reflecting the work that has gone into getting this Civic into the performance bracket that it is. Aaron Arkin still in second place. I doubt that he will be lapped. I'm almost certain that Michael Phillips will find himself lapped by the charging Budustig, who completes 7 out of the 10. And will soon have the Miata in his sights. They're both on the back straight. He'll probably lap it as they pretty much as they come past the control tower on the next lap. Here's Aaron Arkin again. Seen a lot of him today, but I was here back in October. We didn't see very much of him at all after the opening race of the day, after he had a tumble over there on the approach to the hairpin. Well, my prediction of when lapping the Miata would take place was a little bit out. It's going to take place over there, I think, by the exit from the pits. There it is. And so white flag at the ready for Christian Budusing. Hammering along in the Civic. He sees the last lap board. And he's not going to be far off lapping Aaron Arkin. Gap between them was about 50 seconds or so in the earlier Group 2 race. And I reckon it's going to be pretty much the same this time round. At least the Phillips family Mazda has kept going, although the Shepherd family car is going to need a little attention. Checkered flag then waved for Christian Budusing, who completes the 10 laps.
Time attack, you're up next.
And Budusing, clearly aware that we're a little bit short on time here, is doing his slowing down lap very quickly. So he gets at least a point for that. Checkered flag waved for Aaron Arkin, and the I don't think he's done an extra lap. He wasn't doing a slowing down lap quickly, he's done an extra lap. Hey ho. So the checkered flag now shown also to the Phillips car, and then Budustig will come round for his lap of honour. So our third double winner of the day, and of course there is a chance in our third sequence of races for people to become 3-time winners in this fourth round. Thank you, Sheldon, of the TTASA Circuit Racing Championship. 42.481 seconds, Christian Budusing's margin of victory over Aaron Arkin this time. Michael Phillips in third place, and then Shane Shepherd and Damien Nesbitt both failing to finish. So after Group 2 we move on to time attack. Twin Cabs come over to deal with the towing of the Shepherd Miata. So that's been very quickly organised. So time attack next.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 14 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61, and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website.
Group 4, you are up next. Group 4, you are up next.
This is the time attack session taking place right here now, and it looks like Adrian Bino is having some problems with that Subaru. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of that Subaru a minute ago. Yep, that engine is shot, ladies and gentlemen. Adrian Bino is not going to be able to make it back out for the rest of this session. So a bit of tough luck there for him, but we have Sean Shearsing in the GT3 RS. We have Dareem in that white M4.
Group 4, you're up next.
The other competitors are in the action at the moment, trying to see the best times that they could get. The white Subaru, piloted by Frankie Boudram, car number 44. We're seeing Goodwill Theodore in this Corolla. Goodwill Theodore normally pilots MR2. This is probably a 4AG in that two-door Corolla that he's piloting today. So several cars in action here in the time attack session. Up next, the cars in the Group 4 category. We've been advised that Frankie Zachary Boodram is a little under the weather and will not be answering the call for the rest of the day. So Frankie Zachary Boodram is out for today. That's the pilot of the Megan. So that means that just the RSO1 and the Evolution of Christian Budu Singh will be in the running of that second heat in the Group 4 category. Once again, if you're joining us on the live feed, we want to thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to your continued support of motorsport here in Trinidad and Tobago. The live feed today being brought to you with the kind compliments of Valvoline, distributed by ADON Limited, and Torco Racing Fuels, distributed by Fast Parts Caribbean. Once again, we want to welcome all of the visitors who are here taking in today's event. We saw Tommy Gore taking part in the Caribbean Spec Miata Series second race a few moments ago in car number 79.
4 drivers start making their way to the pit exit.
Just 2 more minutes to go, and we're looking for the Group 4 cars now. We're looking for the Group 4 cars right now. You need to get the RSO1 and Christian Budu Singh. You will have 2 laps to warm up. You will have 2 laps to warm up. The start will take place after the 2 warm-up laps, and then they'll be on their way. .43.311 is the fastest time coming in from Sean Singh in that orange GT3 RS. Just about to wrap up the time attack session, second session for the day. Sean Singh taking it to all other competitors in that GT3 RS. Sean Singh taking it to all of the other competitors most of the time. But in this last session,
4 drivers, you want to get the pit exit now. 4 drivers, you want to get the pit exit now.
in this last session, ladies and gentlemen, Sarah Partapsing had the fastest time. Sarah Partapsing in that GT3, that R35. The GTR 35 white. Sarah Partapsing. Best thing, Sean Singh and all of the other drivers in that one. Yeah, fellas get a little tap there, boy.
people never settle, whose comfort zones begin where others end.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 14 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters. Available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61 and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Source.
Group 4, you are wanted now.
Hi, I'm TJ Hunt. And when it comes to all of my cars, I like to keep my maintenance costs as low as possible. And taking great care of my transmissions is one of the best ways I know how to do that. So that's why I use Valvoline's portfolio of ATF products in all of my cars. They're the #1 automatic transmission fluid brand for a reason. Each product of the portfolio can handle everything from my race gearboxes all the way to my daily drivers. Everything is tested at OEM specs and covers 99% of vehicles on the road. And with their anti-wear technology, I know I'm covered no matter what car I'm driving that day. And that's why when it comes to maximizing my transmission's life, I always use Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 14 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61, and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Source.
Okay, so slight change in program. Miata, you are wanted at the starting board now. Miata class, you are wanted now. Miatas, you are wanted now. Miatas, you want to know?
Okay, folks, so we just want to advise that the second Group 4 race is being aborted, given some changes in the circumstances surrounding that particular race. We will advise if the final Group 4 race for the day will be happening or not, right? We'll keep you all informed. Second Group 4 race for the day is being aborted at this time.
All right, so we're calling on the Miatas. Please proceed to the pit exit now. Miatas, you are wanted now. Final call, final call. Miatas, you are wanted at the start grid now. Group 1, you are up next. Group 1, you're up next. Group 1 cars, start getting yourselves ready. You are up next. Group 1 cars, you're up next. Group 1, you are up next. Ready? You are up next.
So good to have a one-make championship, spec championship here, and down into turn one they go once again. Quelo now definitely having to start looking his mirrors. No, that is not quite the way to go. Gordon Gonzalez in the center link. I'm assuming he's got some sort of problem with the car, and he's going to stop by the tyre wall on the infield. It's trickling very slowly towards us, so we've lost another of the Miatas up towards the end of the 7th lap. with Coelho, Perot now more comfortably ahead. Christian Bourne now under pressure from Justin Workman as they go into turn one. So we've got first and second split by a second and a half or so, then a couple of seconds gap, and then we've got Michael Rostand, Christian Bourne, Justin Workman, and almost with them Christian Hospitalis as well. Oh, they get a little bit out of shape through that slight left-hander as they go on the short straight heading towards the hairpin. Justin was well out of shape there. Coelho still leads from Perot, with Rostand still just keeping hold of the final podium place. It all closes up under braking each time at the first turn of the lap. Christian Bourne now length and a half of a Miata behind Michael Rostand, but any move he tries to make to pass Rostand, he looks as though he's going to dive to the inside as they go up to the hairpin. This time up brakes himself, big lock up, runs wide, and so through goes Justin Workman and Christian Hospitalis before Christian Bourne recovers, and so he drops from fourth into sixth place in the space of one corner.
Group 1 cars start making your way to the pit exit now.
And down we go. There's now four of them in a different order, other than Michael Rostand still being the man in the dark blue Miata at the lead of that third place battle, with Justin Workman, Christian Hospitalis, and then Christian Bourne. When they complete this lap, they will have done 10 of the 15. Christian Bourne alongside Christian Hospitalis. He's on the inside, Hospitalis is on the outside. That should take Christian Bourne back up one place, but we'll see. They're side by side as they come down towards the tower. Hospitalis wins out, but they still have the braking point for turn one to deal with. Split up a little bit now, Rostand and Workman, and then Hospitalis, who does get into turn one ahead of Christian Bourne. Bourne tries to nose alongside on the exit and up towards the S's. Just gets the nose of the yellow car alongside the red, white and black one, but not to any effect. Michael Rostand now under serious pressure from reigning champion Justin Workman as they go down into the hairpin. Second two in that group of four close up under braking as Coelho and Perot go on to lap 12. Christian Bourne having dropped back. Hospitalis looks to the inside of Workman. Workman's trying to find a way past Rostand. Nose to tail again. Workman gets a little bit out of shape. Hospitalis goes past him, and I think, yes, Christian Bourne is going to go past him as well. So Justin has, and it looks as though there is a car issue because he is being passed also by Michael Ross, and I think we may have another Miata retirement. Well, he seems to have built up speed a little bit again, but not looking too healthy then with 3 laps to go. Coelho has the advantage. Perot is second. Rostand is third. Hospitalis is fourth. Fifth is Christian Bourne. And up to 6th place now with those issues for Justin Workman has gone Michael Ross. So Justin is continuing, and he doesn't look to have lost that much pace. So I'm not quite sure what his issue would have been there, but at least he keeps going to continue to collect points. We're on the penultimate lap. There certainly doesn't seem to be anything Ryan Perot can do about David Coelho. 3 wins already this season here at Wallerfield in the Miata Series 4. David Quayle, a 4th one, looking as though it is on its way, having finished 2nd in the first 2 outings. Mark Williams still going, so points to be collected there, and this championship has a dropped score as well, so it's always well worth picking up whatever you can. And so last lap flag is shown to David Quayle, Ryan Perot, Michael Rostand, Christian Hospitalis, Christian Bourne and Michael Ross in an 8-wheels Miata. Michael Ross looks to the inside at turn 1, can't manage to find a bit of tarmac, but Christian Bourne runs a little bit wide again. Is that going to let Ross pass? Well, no, it's not, but what it does allow is Phillips to get alongside Michael Ross as well. Those 3 positions will not be decided until the flag, although Phillips is now alongside Michael Ross as they go down into the hairpin for the final time. Checkered flag for David Quayle, and Ryan Perot comes home in
Group 1 cars.
2nd place. Michael Rostand is 3rd. 4th is Christian Hospitalis, and side by side across the line, terrific finish for the Miatas there. I would read it as Phillips ahead of Ross, ahead of Bourne, but it's up to our chief timekeeping wizard here to decide who came out. So am I right in what I say? Yes, I am. So what we do need to know is whether Tommy Gore was driving the 3rd race as well as the 2nd, in which case I beg Tommy's pardon and Doug's pardon as well. I was unaware that he was doing the 3rd race as well as the 2nd. So a cracking result for the teenage Jamaican, who hopefully we will see back here to defend his 2nd place in the Radical Caribbean Cup sometime in the coming weeks. I wonder if Quayle's registered I'm here yet. Possibly he hasn't. Sets off with his checkered flag, and I can just confirm those results. Thank you, Sheldon, from the printed sheet, being David Quayle with a victory over Ryan Perot by 4.138 seconds. Michael Rostand in 3rd place, another 3 seconds or so behind, and 1 second ahead of Christian Hospitalis. And then it's Tommy Gore, Michael Ross and Christian Bourne with a handkerchief spread across them in that order. And just I'm just trying to
Group
do
1
a sum
cars,
there.
you have less than 2 minutes to proceed.
Well, I won't bother in split seconds. It was just inches between the 3 of them. And then Justin Burtman 8th, 9th was Mark Williams, 10th was Gordon Gonzalez, only he wasn't because he retired. And so that was that for the Miatas for the day. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they come to their final. Gordon Gonzalez's car needs to be rescued by our crew in the twin cab. Good to see them down there already. And then we will be moving on to, once again, Group 1.
People never settle, whose comfort zones begin where others end.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 40 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61 and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Source.
Group 2, start getting yourself ready. You are up next. Actually, no, sorry. Bikes, you are up next. Motorcycles, you are up next. Start getting yourselves ready, please. Motorbikes, you are up next.
So we have Group 1 cars back on the grid, and they are in the order of Brandon Singh on pole position, Aaron Arkin second on the grid, Damien Nesbitt in the yellow Nissan third, and Riyad Rampersad in his Nissan in fourth place. And as they go up through the gears at the start of this 10-lap race, heading for turn 1, Brandon Singh will turn in there first. Who will turn in second? It will be Damien, Aaron, Arkin, Nesbitt, Nemesis, the lot, because they were absolutely side by side into turn 1. Nesbitt's got the advantage at the moment. We will see how long that lasts. And there's a spin there for Aaron Arkin, just at the exit of the S's there. That's and he's got it going again. He's turning himself around. And he is going. Now he will be kicking himself. If you can drive a racing car and kick yourself at the same time, probably a bit challenging. And so he's got some ground to make up now. As that one is completed by Brandon Singh, leading from Damien Nesbitt, with Riyad Rampersad in third place, and fourth is Aaron Arkin now. And Aaron is 16 seconds behind at the moment as a result of that spin. It's funny, 16 seconds is often the penalty you pay for a quick bit of spinach. Popeye the Sailor Man. Out of the hairpin then comes Brandon Singh, not having left the Damien Nesbitt Nissan by very much, really. And I suppose actually the gap I ought to really be looking at is the gap between Nesbitt and Brandon, to see whether he's going to be able to make that up. Certainly Riyad Rampersad is a very sensible driver. He knows that there are faster people around than him, and I'm very impressed with the way that he's kept himself out of the way as these much faster cars are around, that he's done that with great respect and in good safety too. So full points to him, coming up to complete lap 3, and now beginning to extend the legs of the Repsol Civic and increase his advantage over Damien Nesbitt. Aaron Arkin. So Aaron is about, let's just do this, see what. He's about 12 seconds behind Damien Nesbitt at the moment, so there's some work to do for him there, that's for sure. 4 laps down for Brandon Singh. Pole and 2 race wins are his so far. Can he match the record of the race beats in May and June and end up with a perfect record for the day? Well, there is nothing to suggest at the moment that that is not going to be the case. So just as Damien Nesbitt turns into the hairpin, so Aaron Arkin comes past the pit exit. Time is being made up, that's for sure. Half distance now down for the race leader and for Damien Nesbitt. And up to the line comes Aaron Arkin, setting personal best laps as the race goes on in his attempt to, I don't think he's going to catch Nesbitt, but certainly there's a third place for him. Once again, Rampersad is keeping over to the far side of the control tower straight. As he gets lapped for a second time by the leaders. Aaron Arkin now
motorbikes start making their way to the pit exit
heads
now.
towards the line once again.
Falling on the bikes start making their way to the pit exit now.
Into the hairpin goes the race leader for the seventh time, should I say. 3 laps to go after he has crossed the line now. So Damien Nesbitt keeping up his own pace, but not able to make any inroads into the lead that Brandon Singh has built up. Aaron Arkin will arrive at turn 1, just needing to deal with Ride Rampersad, who's keeping well out of the way once again. And the gap between Nesbitt and Arkin pretty much the same as it was over the previous couple of laps.
Bikes, you are wanted at the pit exit now.
So just 2 laps to go now, with Brandon Singh looking very much as though he is on his way to a perfect pole and 3 wins for the 3rd time this year, and even with 1 championship round to come, it seems fairly unlikely that he will not successfully defend his Group 1 title. But you never know. It ain't over until the fat lady sings, as they say. So white flag at the ready here on the flag point at the control tower, seen by both Brandon Singh and the chasing Damien Nesbitt. And if I've called him Darren Nesbitt at any point today, I do apologise, but there was a very famous English actor called Darren Nesbitt. Whenever I see that surname, Darren is the word that automatically comes out. So the
motorbikes, you have less than 2 minutes to proceed to the pit
Riyad
exit.
Rampersad. So he starts 1 final lap. And the checkered flag waved with some enthusiasm for Brandon Singh, winning again, this time from Damien Nesbitt. Aaron Arkin coming along now in 3rd place. And Rampersad just completing his final lap.
Motorbikes, proceed to the pit exit now. Motorbikes, you are wanted now.
So then, thank you. Getting caught up round chairs with my long yellow cable here. So that was Group 1 for today. Bikes coming up next, then we'll have a Group 2 race as well, but 3 out of 3 and 3 pole positions for Brandon Singh. A good day at the office, as they say. He won this one by a margin of, if I could get the piece of paper, thank you, Ray, 2.605 seconds from Damien Nesbitt. Aaron Arkin third, another 20 seconds or so behind, and Riyad Rampersad finishing 9 out of the 10 laps. So there we go, that's Group 1 settled for today. They can start packing up their little cars to take home later. But we now go back from 4 wheels to 2 wheels, and shortly the bikes will be coming out. Sorry about that, old English commentator in the Group 2 next, of course, and then it'll.
The people.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 14 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61, and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Source.
Group 2 drivers, start getting yourselves ready. You are up next. Group 2 drivers, start getting yourselves ready.
This is the final bike race for the day, ladies and gentlemen, and the conditions have changed somewhat where the Frankie Boudreaux Ball of Fame International Raceway is concerned. Now we have a nice easterly breeze covering the track. Things have cooled down somewhat. There's 2 more races for you. And they run down to the bottom, the top corner. That's Keel Abraham, Rossi Joseph. Abdul Ali and Nicholas Gonzo Gonzalez. Those are the 4 riders in this one, the final one for the bikers for today. If you're joining us on the live feed, we want to thank you very much for joining us on the live feed. That's at TrinityTuner.com, sponsored today by Valvoline, distributed by ADON Distributors, and of course, Torco Racing Fuels, distributed by Fast Parts Caribbean.
Group 2, you are up next.
So Keel Abraham once again is taking it to the rest of the field in bike number 21. Gonzo Gonzalez seems to be up there with him at the moment. Abdul Ali seems to be in 3rd. And Rossi Joseph. So just to correct the running order, Keel coming in with a 42.723. Nicholas Gonzo Gonzalez in 3rd. Rossi Joseph is in 4th. And Abdul Ali is your back marker at the moment. But things change very quickly in these bike races, ladies and gentlemen, and that's one of the things that we like to pay attention to when it comes to taking in the activity on the field, on the track, that is. For those of you who are just joining us, we welcome you. We thank you very much. We ask you to stay and support the drivers as we will be providing them with their awards for today's event right after the event at the control tent in the pit area. We want to take the opportunity to thank the marshals and the people who provide the ambulatory support. We want to also thank the people who have been working at the gate, the scrutineering team for today, and all of the other officials who would have made the effort to come out, take time out of their busy schedules to be able to be here to be part of this event this weekend. We want to also thank all of our sponsors and supporters who continue to support motorsport in Trinidad and Tobago without fail, event after event. And we ask you to come out and support the next event that takes place right here at the Frankie Boudreaux Ball of Fame International Raceway, the Racetrack Wheels Up Track Fest event taking place next weekend right here at this Frankie Boudreaux Ball of Fame International Raceway.
Group 2 drivers, start making your way to the pit exit.
GP2 category racing is up next. GP2 category racing is up next, ladies and gentlemen. So we want to get the GP2 cars to come out to the pit exit. Just about 5:15. Just about 5:15 on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here at the Frankie Bourgeois Wallafield International Raceway.
Group 2 drivers, proceed to the pit exit now.
So the order having changed somewhat, Keel Abraham taking it to the rest of the pack at the moment and doing quite well today. Getting 3 out of 3 as he comes in for his final checkered flag for the day.
Group 2 drivers, you wanted at the pit exit now.
Keel, in his usual style, wheelies past the start finish. Rossi Joseph comes in second, Abdul Ali comes in third, and Nicholas Gonzo Gonzalez rounds out the field. Up now, Group 2 racing action.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 14 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61, and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Show us.
Time Attack, you're up next.
So we move to our final Group 2 race of the day, and a bit depleted with some retirements earlier on, and our grid marshal is just making sure that people are going to be positioned where they need to be. Why do they slow down quite so far away so he has further to walk? That's what I'm not sure of. So it will be Christian Budu Singh electing to start in a different country. Is Tobago generally in that direction? He looks as though he wants to start somewhere else. So we got Aaron Arkin at the front, and then we've got Michael Phillips in his Miata, Aaron Arkin in his Valvoline Honda Civic, of course, Michael Phillips in the Miata, Damien Nesbitt in the Nissan, and then up there at the back, giving them a bit of a chance, is Christian Budu Singh in his Honda Civic. And much squealing of tyres as the rear drive cars get underway. And so Christian ain't going to be the first one into turn one this time, even so it still moves along at a merry pace, as they say. So it's Aaron Arkin and Damien Nesbitt for the final time today, with Michael Phillips keeping a watching brief, very evenly matched, the front drive Civic and the rear drive Nissan, as they head down towards the hairpin and through the hairpin for the first time, as our grid marshals rapidly make their way off the circuit, and just in time for Aaron Arkin and Damien Nesbitt. Nesbitt on the outside this time. Arkin defends on the inside, gets a little bit out of shape, doesn't run quite wide enough to allow Damien Nesbitt space on the tarmac to get through, so Arkin has the advantage at the moment, having led at the end of the opening of the first of the 10 laps. Christian Budu Singh is making his way towards them. He passes the Phillips Miata just before the hairpin this time round, as the protagonists Nesbitt and Arkin come towards us pretty much side by side, but Nesbitt with a little bit of an edge, having come off the hairpin with a little bit more momentum, and so it is Nesbitt who turns in first to turn one this time round. Arkin length and a half or so adrift of him at the moment, but still very much in touch, closes up through the right-hander, clips the curb through the left-hander, and they have Christian Budu Singh hammering up behind them now in the fast parts Civic. He's going to join them at the hairpin, but I think he'll let them have their own little battle up there and make use of the prodigious performance of the Civic to pass them coming down the straight, but I think he actually backed off just a little bit there. So again, it's Nesbitt with the advantage as they go into turn one. Arkin now with Budu Singh right on his tail. And is Budu Singh going to try and pass him? No, he's not there. Perhaps he will now as they come out of the S's and head down towards the hairpin. Once again, Nesbitt got 2 to 3 lengths or so, and although that diminishes rapidly under braking as Aaron Arkin gets right onto the back bumper of the yellow Nissan once again. And again, Christian Budu Singh is tucked in behind him, allowed them to have their own little battle, but now Budusing takes charge of this third race and goes round the outside of both of them to take the lead. A good bit of showmanship there from the reigning champion and championship leader at the moment. So now Aaron Arkin and Nesbitt can get back on with their own battle. Nesbitt closing right up to within a couple of feet as they head towards the hairpin once again. He looks to the inside, breaks later than Aaron Arkin, and so turns in ahead of him. So it's Budusing coming out of the hairpin, although runs wide a little bit and lets them get on with their battle once again. So this will look very good on our live stream. That is for certain sure. And I have a nasty feeling about Aaron Arkin's Civic, because he has slowed, and I have a feeling he is headed for his pit garage, and yes, he is. An unfortunate end to the day, although having said that, he is still going, so he hasn't gone to the pits in the normal way. He's gone in through the pit exit, and they will open that so that he can get through. So 6 laps down, 4 to go, and they need to move Aaron Arkin's car, which they do, before Christian Budusing comes round and passes that spot. So just the 3 left now in Group 2. Christian Budusing, like Brandon Singh in the Group 1 race, heading for a perfect day of pole position and 3 race wins for the 3rd time this year. So the 2 Group 1 and Group 2 respectively champions, mirroring one another's performance at TTASA's 4th Circuit Championship race meet of the year. 3 laps to go. Certainly that is the case for Christian Budusing and Damien Nesbitt, but not yet for the Phillips Miata. He sets his personal best of the race as he crosses the line at the end of lap 7. And so the penultimate lap has started for Christian Budusing. The white and the checkered flags are once again being prepared at the flag post over here on race control.
Time attack. All drivers participating in time attack.
And so it'll be white first to signify the start of the final lap for Budusing, who's just coming out of the hairpin now, heading down towards us. Rock steady, that Civic. He does a good job of getting out of one car into another with very little readjustment. Last year we saw him in the Civic and in the Radical. This year, of course, Christian leading the Radical Caribbean Cup after the opening round with 2 wins out of 3 races, the other one going to Mark Maloney of Barbados, and Tommy Gore second in the standings. As the checkered flag, a sight not unfamiliar to Christian Budusing, is here at the start-finish line. And he will come round for a lap of honour. Damien Nesbitt in second place. Aaron Arkin a retirement this time round, but Nesbitt and Aaron Arkin have given us some great entertainment in our Group 1 and Group 2 races, which haven't had the biggest grids possible, but as I said earlier in the day, and I've been saying for the last 35 years or so, you only ever need 2 cars to make a decent motor race, so small grids are not always a real drama. So that was that for Group 2 for the day as well, and I suspect it may be the last you're going to hear of me too, but I'll check that out with Ray in a moment or two.
Time attack. All time attack vehicles proceed to the pit exit.
So let's
now.
just do the honours for Christian Budusing. 19.380 seconds victory for him over Damien Nesbitt. Another 30 seconds or so adrift was Michael Phillips, and of course Aaron Arkin was a non-finisher. So after the Group 2, we move back into the into time attack mode before we move on to the end of our racing program.
Final call for time attack drivers. Final call for time attack drivers.
Hi, I'm TJ Hunt. And when it comes to all of my cars, I like to keep my maintenance costs as low as possible. And taking great care of my transmissions is one of the best ways I know how to do that. So that's why I use Valvoline's portfolio of ATF products in all of my cars. They're the #1 automatic transmission fluid brand for a reason. Each product of the portfolio can handle everything from my race gearboxes all the way to my daily drivers. Everything is tested at OEM specs and covers 99% of vehicles on the road. And with their anti-wear technology, I know I'm covered no matter what car I'm driving that day. And that's why when it comes to maximizing my transmission's life, I always use Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 14 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61, and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Source.
This is the final time attack session for the day, ladies and gentlemen. The time attack session at the moment, we have the likes of Sean Shearsing, who would have won the first session in terms of his overall time. Sarah Partap Singh, one of the only women in competition today who is doing quite well in that GTR 35. And would have bested all the drivers coming up with the fastest time in that second session. The new driver, Dareem, in his M4, doing quite well in his session as well. And in that Miata, currently is Frankie Budram in car number 123. Frankie Budram having some problems with the Subaru, it would appear. So he was able to get a drive in that Miata that is on the track at the the moment. Front facing at 42.295. And the fastest time at the moment of 43.465 is the time coming in from Sierra Taxi. Just wrapping up this this time attack session. This time attack session just coming to an end. As we get ready for the final race for today, the Group 4 category.
Okay, Group 4.
Once again, we want to thank
Group
Mr.
4
Robin
action
Bradford, who's
coming up
here supporting
next.
us today and carrying commentary for most of the day. We also want to thank all of our sponsors who would have been involved in today's event, as well as all of the officials, the members of the marshal team, the members of the ambulatory team, the members of the response teams, the record drivers that we have on hand, as well as all of the other support teams that would have made today's event possible. We also want to thank all of you for coming out and supporting motorsport here at the Frankie Boudram Wallafield International Raceway. We ask you to stay around so that you can applaud the winners of the different categories today.
Group 4 drivers, you are wanted at the pit exit now.
people who never settle, whose comfort zones begin where others end.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 14 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61 and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Source.
Final call for Group 4 drivers. Final call for Group 4 drivers. Final race of the day, 12 laps to go. Who is going to take this one?
So for our final race of the day, I've often said we only need 2 cars. Well, we have only got 2 cars this time. It is Franklin Boudram in the Renault RS01, and man who's just won his third Group 2 race of the weekend, working very hard to get some temperature into his rear tyres on the Fast Parts Evo 6. Christian Voodoo Singh, the very bewinged Fast Parts Evo 6. There will this time be 2 warming up laps, which is a whole tyre and safety issue and performance issue as well, just to get the tyres up to working temperatures. If you watched any of the FIA Formula 3 and Formula 2 racing over the weekend from Budapest, which is very detrimental on tyres. He hasn't got it right again. Oh dear, oh dear. So I'll wait to see what we're going to do about this. But Christian is ahead at the moment. Franklin Boudram is the man giving chase. So they emerge from the hairpin on the first of this 12-lap race, with Christian Boudram with an advantage of tenths of a second across the line at the end of lap 1. As I say, 12 laps, this final race of the day. A spectacular pair of cars, spectacular bit of curb usage as well there from Christian Boudram. And they head down towards the hairpin for the second time. Now, is Christian Boudram going to be able to hold off the might of the Renault RS01 and Franklin Boudram, a multiple champion, as indeed nowadays is Christian Boudram, a multiple champion as well. Exhaust sort of grounds out on the Evo as it heads down towards turn 1. We're now on lap 3. Lap time, incidentally, in the 38. Christian, the faster of the two at the moment. The Renault closes right up as it gets to the hairpin. There's less than a length between the two of them. But once Boudram gets his foot down on the straight, that car has prodigious straight line speed. I'm sure Lewis Hamilton wouldn't mind a car that got down the straights that quickly. He was complaining during the Grand Prix today that his Mercedes was slow. So we are on the 4th lap. And again, we see the yellow Renault Fair rocket up to the rear wing of the Boudram Evo. Both of them displaying significant car control. One small error could spell disaster here, but Boudram and Boudram, both very experienced drivers, albeit from different generations. And the red Evo still has the edge. Again, significant way in which the Renault eats into the lead that Boudram has on the approach to the hairpin, but then once on the straight, again, the rocket ship that is the Fast Parts Evo gets the advantage just enough to hold it through the wiggly bits around the back where its aerodynamics don't do it quite as much good as they do on the straight. And this time the Renault is a little bit closer and is going to go past, and it's going to be Boudram giving chase then to the Renault of Franklin Boudram. We remember it was a 12-lap race. This will be half distance as the cars cross the line. This time the Renault now ahead, and the Evo has slowed dramatically. It didn't sound as though there was anything much wrong with it as it passed us here. I couldn't hear any unpleasant popping and banging sounds, but as I thought he was, I thought he might be going back into the pits, but in fact no. So Christian is continuing. Once again, of course, as I said earlier, Group 4 is part of the championship, so points to be had for this. Lap 7 completed, 5 are yet to go. Although, having said that, I'm not entirely sure that Christian is going to make it. So we have lost the Evo. Christian did try to do, he did one more lap, but clearly he is hearing noises that we're not necessarily hearing from outside of the car, or perhaps seeing gauges that are telling him things he doesn't want to know. And so Christian Budu Singh is away and gone, and so Franklin Boudram is on his own, lapping the circuit named for his father. And we have 3 laps, roughly 4 kilometers to go, 1.4 kilometers, the Wallerfield circuit. Clearly he has, at least I think he has registered that Christian is no longer around, so pushing the RS01 not quite as hard as he was earlier on. Still runs very wide on the exit of the hairpin though. Up and across the line. Next time round he'll receive the "this is the last lap you're about to do" flag. And then that will be it for the day, when he has completed that final lap in this spectacular car, which sadly doesn't really have a place to fit in this part of the world these days, but it really is quite an impressive machine. White flag. We surrender. So making its way around for the final time through the S's, heading down towards the hairpin. And the checkered flag is at the ready. That's it from me. Once again, I've enjoyed being here at Wallerfield and working with Ray. I'm going to hand Ray the microphone back just to give the final farewells and thanks of the day.
Once again, we want to thank Robin Bradford for the commentary that he would have brought us today. We want to thank all of you for coming out and supporting motorsport here in Trinidad and Tobago. This was the final race for the day, and we want to thank all of you who would have been here and stayed around to support us. We thank the members of the motorsport fraternity that joined us online on trinituner.com. Sponsored today by Valvoline, distributed by ADON Limited, and of course the Torco Racing Fuels. So Torco Racing Fuels provided by Fast Pass Caribbean. This has been Circuit Racing, taking place at the Frankie Boudram Wallerfield International Raceway. Once again, we say thank you to all of the supporting teams that would have been responsible for ensuring that today's event ran safely. The ambulatory team, the marshals, the record providers, as well as the members of the team that were up by the gate and who handled what was happening insofar as pit is concerned. And of course, the team that was providing our live feed and covering the different corners of the event. We look forward to your support of motorsport in Trinidad and Tobago, and we encourage you to come out and support the next event that is taking place right here at the Frankie Boudram Wallerfield International Raceway, which takes place on this coming weekend, the Racetrack Wheels Track Fest event, big event taking place right here at the Frankie Boudram Wallafield International Raceway. We want to thank Kern and the team who helped with the cleanup and maintenance of the facility. We also want to thank Johnny's Auto Electrical and Sound Company. Johnny's Auto Electrical and Sound Company providing us with sound for today and a PA system. We want to thank Johnny's Auto Electrical and Sound Company for today's support. We encourage you to take your time on the roadways of Trinidad and Tobago. Do not race on the roads, race on the track. And of course, pay attention to the highway code and please get home safely.
Hi, I'm TJ Hunt. And when it comes to all of my cars, I like to keep my maintenance costs as low as possible. And taking great care of my transmissions is one of the best ways I know how to do that. So that's why I use Valvoline's portfolio of ATF products in all of my cars. They're the #1 automatic transmission fluid brand for a reason. Each product of the portfolio can handle everything from my race gearboxes all the way to my daily drivers. Everything is tested at OEM specs and covers 99% of vehicles on the road. And with their anti-wear technology, I know I'm covered no matter what car I'm driving that day. And that's why when it comes to maximizing my transmission's life, I always use Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Torco high-octane accelerator is a fuel concentrate proven to increase the octane of pump fuel by up to 40 octane points. Safe for use with O2 sensors and catalytic converters, available at Fast Parts, Caribbean, Raw Power Motorsports, Blue Coral Racing, Garage 61, and other retailers.
TriniTuner.com, TNT's largest automotive website. Show us.